What's going on, people? Merry Christmas, everybody. Yeah, ho, ho, ho. We want to wish you a thing. What's going on, people? How are you doing today? I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. It's Deep Frying with Jay. Merry Christmas. Welcome in to Deep Frying Turkey. It looks and smells as incredible as it should. Welcome in. Merry Christmas. We're deep frying a turkey for Thanksgiving. It's a 13.42 pound turkey. Take about 40 minutes. It's been in about 8 minutes so far. Then we're going to smoke a ham and an apple pie. How's it going, Dragon? How are you doing today? Merry Christmas to everybody. More happy Hanukkah. That bird smells good. I wish you guys had smell-o-vision. It's Cajun. It's it's Cajun seasoned with butter. It's completely dried and lower down in. Just gotta remember to keep my timer turned. How's it going, Jar Buds? I am cooking a 14-pound turkey. While I'm deep frying it. Yeah, it's 14 pounds. It's turkey. How's it going, Fishing Planet Terra? Yeah, turkey. Nightbot, if you type in certain keywords and stuff, it's comes in, so. I am from Florida. I'm in Florida. Well, the United States, if you're not from over here. Where are you from? Pakistan? Nice. No, sir. Nuts, folks. Yeah. So, it don't take too long. It's about 40 minutes for it, so. Fishing Planet, what do you fish for? And Dragon? Hey, Scotty! How's it going, Yoshi? I fish for attention. Cool. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Getting attention from people. Merry Christmas, G-Man. Hope you guys having a Merry Christmas. I am. But man, I wish you guys had smellophone. This is like right there. And that's y'all's culture over there. I wish you guys had smellophone. That stuff smells delicious. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah. Everybody give everybody respect. Everything will be a whole lot better. It's going good. Deep frying me a turkey for Christmas dinner. Well, Christmas sometime. Hope you're doing well, Jim. How are you doing today? Hope you have a Merry Christmas. I will be cooking a ham and pie, so I'm gonna try to smoke a pie, 2 apple pies after smoked ham. So try it, or I might just deep fry the thing. I don't know. Everybody's got some responsibilities. Everybody. Cool. Yeah, she's what, almost 80 down there. We're sitting about 75 out here right now. This is our first warm Christmas without rain or cold. Surprisingly. November was cooler so far. And the end of October too. I'm used to either going hunting or going hunting and cold and wet, but not this year. Hey Dadine, how's it going? Merry Christmas. Good to see you. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Mm-hmm. Uh, it's going good. I my thing for the put inside the turkey. Uh, I, the pot that I had a hole in it. It would have fit, but what had happened is a piece of it broke, and I just had to stick it through the center of the bird. And I don't have nothing to grip it with. It usually has a hook thing to it, but nice. Oh yeah, it smells so delicious. It's like so good. I Cajun seasoned it. It's not like super spicy. It just gives enough with the butter and the Cajun, and with it, it just keeps it. It's so moist. I started off baking after my mother passed, and I was like, I want to try deep fried turkey because she didn't ever want to try the deep fried. I told her I would. She's like, no, I'll cook it as long as I'm alive. So she passed, and I cooked it and then baked it, which was still good. I switched to deep frying. I was like, okay. Thanksgiving, I found out one of my the pot that was originally supposed to go in, was had a hole in it, and the bird I had, it it wound up being over 26 pounds, so it wouldn't fit right. So somebody must have um, lit yourself on fire with this. If you guys ain't ever done it and you're afraid to do it, adequate pot, measure the water, the turkey, so you know how much grease is supposed to go in there. Thank you, Red. Appreciate it. Uh, you just slowly put it down in there, ever so slowly. Let it stare and get it, fill the cavity in there. Good to see everybody coming in. You've been new here, Merry Christmas to y'all. Or your Hanukkah. Nice. Dang. Yeah, mine's pretty stuffed up. They're saying like 2 days after Christmas, I think Saturday, it says it's going to drop back cold. So, how's it going, Anthony? Welcome in Pittsburgh. My mother was up there from Philly. I got family from all over the U.S. Got some in Australia, some in. I got them all over the place. Eh, can't be good food and family, but I know some people don't have it fishing in there, so. Right on, right on. How's it going, Jill? Merry Christmas. I can't argue with you there. Gotta keep that timer checked. It shuts off every 15 minutes. I've been keeping her clicked up, so try not to sit down. I would be fishing, but I'll probably go tomorrow or Sunday or both. I don't know. I got a little time to do so. How's it going, California Dreaming? Merry Christmas. Oh yeah, sitting around yeah, about 300. Get it up to 325. Set your bird in, cools it off. 300. Let it ride until it's done. It'd take about 40 minutes for it done. Um, uh-oh. Cool. Merry Christmas, Subi. That split's got butter on it. Oh yeah, that's gonna taste good. I usually butter it and let it not fully set where the butter like cools it back off and hardens back up. But when I deep fry, I do. I'll let it sit to re-harden back. As it cooks, it'll just re-melt and slowly spread all over the place. Man, that bird looks delicious. I don't know when she's gonna bring me the ham. Oh, I do got something cool to reveal on camera. I think I'll reveal like one or two a day each time I go fishing. I got an Advent calendar to check out. I got a few other items coming in that just it'll be in January, or unless they speed up. So just a few items I've been working on and looking at. Yeah, it's on its back. You usually fry it breast down. It usually sits straight up and down in the pot. The feet are supposed to be facing there, or the neck is supposed to face downward. I usually do it breast down to feet up, but the pot is there, so I was able to set him sideways. Oh yeah, deep fried. I love deep fried turkey. I had a guy. He's like $20 for 2 turkeys. I'll deep fry one, bring everybody's in. We'll eat it here because I think like 3 people bought it. It was like 8 people there, so we ate 3 turkeys that day. All stuffing, um, all kinds of stuff from Walmart. When I weren't there, he deep fried one. So he was supposed to deep fry one when the next day when we came back to work. He was supposed to have the spare one to bring home and eat, but it didn't work out that way. We ate 3 turkeys, came back in the next day, polished off the other 3 turkeys. I actually bought 2 more, but he never did bring them. So how's it going, VQ? No, it's not alive. That's still alive. I'm still eating it. We he deep fried one. It wasn't Cajun style. It was his own recipe, which he started making his own seasoning. I don't remember the name he said he was going to use. I tried to find it, try to remember it, but yeah, me too. I'll tell you what. Mm. Dun, dun, dun. On you, Merry Christmas. Coffee, Merry Christmas. Anthony, Merry Christmas. How are y'all doing today? Hope everybody's having a fantastic one. Merry Christmas, Fat Cat. Uh, I thought about talking to my stepdad about he's gotten sold, he can't use his boat. I thought about seeing if he'll let me use it. Be nice. It's got a big 25 on it. I'd like to take it out. Fat cat fishing fever. Fat cat fishing fever. Where did the food go? Y'all, that bird, it's got my mouth watering. Wonder how they would feel about a deep fried Cajun seasoned squirrel. Got one barking in the background. No, he's barking at one of my cats. They don't mind the orange one, they don't mind the gray one or the white one. But that calico looking one, they see him, they're like, no. I'll tell you a secret to get them a little bit tender. Well, pretty tender. You wouldn't believe me, a little bit of shot of white vinegar. If you like apple cider vinegar, you can use it too. Either one. Just like a small capful in your grease. Slowly. Don't like just, or marinate them like that. If you like pressure cooked food, you can pressure cook them. I just eat mine deep fried. How's it going, Deep? Merry Christmas to you. Look. I don't know if that's... I think it might be the Chinese people down there. How's it going, Ivanka? How's it going, Navy? I'm sorry I can't pronounce that, but I'm sorry, I'll get as close as I can. Welcome in. Ooh, that bird's smelling nice. Depends on the weight of your bird. It's usually 3 to 5 minutes per pound. It's a hair under 14. I mean, it's just a hair. So it'll be about 40 minutes. Anything bigger than that, it just usually go. I'll usually split from 3 and 5. I'll usually go to 4. I had a right at a 14-pound bird. It took 42 minutes. But this one's slightly under, so it'll go to 40. Let's get your grease to 325. Make sure the bird is dry. Dry. It's not gonna, if you do have a spillover, just make sure you're still going slow. Don't freak out, jump and run slowly. It takes about maybe 8 seconds, depending on the size and how big the pot and how hot it is, to lower it. How's it going, Ahmed? How are you doing today? Technically, the bird's done. I'll let it go just a hair bit because I was getting everything prepped. So go to about 4 minutes there. I've been frying the bird 35 minutes. I got a few there. Guys, give me just 1 second. I gotta go get her to get me something to time that, and that it should be ready. So, just 1 second. Keep an eye on the bird. Don't let it fly away. How's it going, Saltwater Life? How are you doing today? I'm gonna let that go for another minute. Volume on. Since last night. Wow. How's it going, Faith? Winter, winter, chicken dinner. Yeah. Look at one of them. Check out that flame on. deep fry. Cover and let her fry. Fire's getting warm. Okay. Woo! Sir, can you watch that fire a little closely? Alan, welcome back. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a Merry Christmas. If you rewind about 1:30, you'll see the bird. I just got done cooking it. That's it. That's done. The bird's done. I'm gonna slow cook the ham. I'm gonna engulf the ham in there. Mm-hmm. Keep her flame up. Spilled gasoline on your leg. Welcome in, Saltwater. Welcome in. Appreciate it for coming, a member. We y'all, I still smell that bird. Yeah, if you guys do deep fry, just get you a 10 by 10 area. That way you got plenty of room to move and stuff. Oh, that joker smelled good. I put season inside and out and everything. Double tap that screen, yeah, for sure. A little pecan wood. Where? No, then go ahead. Yeah. Ham aboard. Hmm? Huh. How's it going, Miss Turner? I'll just sit back with y'all guys as long as you guys want to hang out. We'll hang out. Yes, sir. She'll wrap the bird up and it'll stay warm for a pretty good while. Ham's going. I think she might have. Cajun seasoned it. It'd have been pretty good deep fried. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I gotta see a freaking pedo on the damn. I wish you should have. Anyways, you can hear that cow. Holiday, Merry Christmas. We're probably not gonna do the kayaking this week. I got some chest mounts coming in. Instead of having you guys mounted onto the kayak, I'm trying to toss and throw around the kayak and keep from knocking it off in the water. They're saying it's pretty secure, so you guys will be on my chest. You guys will be out at the front view. I should be able to still see y'all. So, hopefully. So you get hand POV. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I am. I still smell that Cajun seasoning from the turkey. I ain't got no chest hairs. Well, a lot. I got 10 and there ain't but like so long, so yeah. We damn lips. uh, uh, we are gonna fish. I want to get those to try those. My phone's waterproof. The cup holder and everything's wobbly, and I mean it sits good. It just I want to find one where I won't get in the way, like when I go to paddle or something like that. If I know you guys are firm and secure from fishing, I know you guys are there, and I can still see everything. I just I know it's fixing to drop cold too, so. They done some more down there. I know few of y'all seen it. The Bay Area down there, they're laying more rock. They got more of the area done. She's not happy about it. They got a 4 foot wall. They're putting rock and they're gonna lay sand on. Hopefully, they only come over so far with the rock and come over so far with the sand for the kids. Merry Christmas, Colleen. Spicy pickle, delicious. Merry Christmas, Savage L. Don't be in there. Don't be in there. Slicing off my bird. I know what it looks like. With 8 months, it's really been 8 months. Dang, nice. Double A fishing, all things country. Emily Dams, Deborah. uh, you still putting your Legos together? What's the set you putting together? Or just random Legos? I might have read earlier. I read what there, but you didn't. Yeah, Lion King set, nice. Lion King is a good movie. I ain't seen the new one. I want to. I've seen all but one of the Hotel Transylvanias. I won't watch the last one. Really, smoke? Really? So it'll still incorporate that. Nice. How's it going? I'm smoking a ham. I deep fried a turkey earlier. We're cooking in at right about 500. Uh, I don't know if it's been just me, but Wi-Fi is so slow the last several days. It took me a day and a half to upload the wood cutting and splitting video, not including the other video that I uploaded in the other one. They also took me a pretty good bit to get them just to upload. I know some of y'all watched it. Did it make any sense of what the names of the sections of the rivers was? The one that said the mouth of the Simpsons River is where it leads from the bay into the up to part of the river. It took. I had it on Wi-Fi. I mean, I'm sitting right next to Wi-Fi. I've set a foot. I've tried 2 foot away. I tried different distances. I tried inside, outside with the Wi-Fi. It took from 3 o'clock all the way till the next day until about 10:30 that morning before the wood splitting video to upload. And to the other one, it took a little over 4 hours. I know I need to still get that underwater footage. I got some of it. Oh, okay. I still got to get used to filming it. Which I could have filmed the other day with crystal clear water if I'd have had it on. But hey, that probably feels pretty good right now. Appreciate it, Ellen. Oh yeah, Michigan Gun Dog on the hunt. 365 11 ding them God machine wild hook and Lou. Appreciate it very much. Sorry, all the smoke's like blowing right at us. We W4 Allen's in the chat. Whoop, whoop. We cool, Pete. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got that Joker hot, which it don't matter with the ham. It's cooked, but I want to get it as long as I can. More of a smoky Cajun hits it. Ooh, I wonder if she still put the pineapple and cherries on it. She could have done the pineapple, cherries, and ham glaze too. I make my own ham glaze. Yum. We used to hunt, go camping before we start a day before, yeah, a day before uh, Christmas vacation for school. We start a day early. We'd prep all that week getting ready. That's tents, tables, all of it. We bring 5 tents, 3 tables, 2 gazebos. About 15 chairs. Coffee. We'd just start prepping for it. We'd be in school. They let us the day before. I did it on purpose. The next day was a half a day, but half a day didn't count. We didn't do nothing but watch a movie. They're like, the day before you get up, I want to come and check you out. We're going to go in and tell them, hey, then goodbye. It's hot. Then we'll get up there, boom. Come back and get everything. It's already loaded, just hooked up. We take 2 vehicles, a Suburban and a car. Well, not a normal car. We'd drive up to the woods. We'd pack everything on the Suburban and on the trailer for it. Load down partial at the back of the car, and we'd head up. Yeah, guys know what those old sling blades are? The swing blades. The one where you manually swing and chop with the handle. that looks like a horseshoe with a flat bar with the knife edges on the side. We get up there with a rake and that. We'd rake and move little briars and limbs and find a flat spot we always camped at. We'll start leveling it, build the fire pit, and shoot. Tents went up like freaking easy. We get like 2 people on a tent. One of them had a tent, and gazebos went up. We we camped up there at Webb's where blue plate, delicious sauce. We'll get up there. We get it set up and shoot. We had everything set up in about 30 minutes. Coolers of food set in a certain spot. They used to always set in the shade. We sometimes dig them and bury that. Which if the water, the ice and stuff like that, we kept them in a creek spot that was near there. It run through. It stays about 32 in the creek, so that's 90 degrees in the summer, 32 degrees. So we kept some of those there. Kept a cooler or two in case we got any deer or rabbit and raccoon and stuff. We'd hunt and play games and all kinds of stuff. Some of us ride up the river, get dropped off on a boat, hunt for a couple hours, come back, get some breakfast, head back out, come back in, get some dinner, take a bath in the running river. That place where you guys where I call Webb's, there are Kaisers. We dip off in it, swim around and get out. 32 degrees, we're up by the fire. We kept our boxers on, we run an interchange, spin around the fire, get dried off with that. Ice hose. Heck yeah, oh boy, ice house. Just pickled again. we we got there at one year. We was sitting up on the bank. We'd sitting there, kept an eye out around raccoon in a tree. You know, you can hunt at night with only a certain gun, but we with a 410 single shot or a single shot or bolt action 22 with almost so many rounds. No pumps or nothing like that could be used. 12 gauge or something like that you could, as long as they were single shot. So we kept them around. We sitting there one day and some people just got done out of the water, taking a bath and coming back up on land. We sit there chilling by the fire, and we're roasting some marshmallows and drinking some coffee and hot chocolate. We're sitting over there and we didn't go right against the bank, the water's edge, but over that away. We sat there and we camped there, and we heard some slapping on the water. Just every so often we just hear a, and after about another few minutes, then we heard the water. The fire was near the water in case the tents were away from it, but if something caught on fire, we just run to the water and just sling the water, you know. And we there, and we heard go back off in the water. I'm like, what the heck? You know, didn't think about it. Kept hearing the slapping every so often. So we got our big Q-beam spotlight out, hooked it up to the car, cranked the car, shining around, not to run the battery dead. Big old Q-beam, you know, Q-beam, just a monster one. It light up all the water. We sitting there, we shining around. We looked over, about a 40-pound beaver. That joker come up and swimming across the water. and he slap his tail and come back up, swim around. So we turned off the light, and the moonlight was just enough where we could see the water without the light. As long as we were looking through the fire, nothing. As long as we all sat there, and watched the beaver kept coming up snapping. It was due to the fire. Finally, he thought he'd be funny, and he slipped up, started coming up the creek towards where we had some stuff, and he slapped that creek water. Yeah, he didn't make it. He he got full of holes, as we call it. We listened to him slap for about 2 hours to water. But he come up there, we eat beaver. Beaver's good. Cook it a certain way. I mean, to cut as much fat off as possible, but I think beaver's pretty good. Turtle's pretty good. We he come up and he's sitting up on there, and when he come out, now that joker come up, he sit there and that water started beating off. He started getting dried up where his head was. No, 2 shots. I don't remember who shot him. I think it was one of my older brothers and my stepdad. I think that's there. We watched around the other edge of the water in case he went back. He come up. He started drying off. We could see him. Everybody could. One shot, and then he started moving. So the other one just automatically just pulled the trigger right after that. Yeah, true. Ours ate the willow trees around the area up there. That place is loaded with willow. Merry Christmas, Karen. Yeah. We got him and pulled him out of the creek. We cleaned him up. That was nothing. We kept the hide off of him. Got a couple otters a few days later. We got, I think the day before Christmas, we packed down and went home for Christmas. We packed down and left because Christmas Eve, everybody, family come over and all of that. Then Christmas Day, we got up that early that morning at 5:30. Was in the woods by 6. We all split up, shot. Usually 1 or 2 of us would get a deer, which it was still plenty enough with all the squirrels and stuff. I got the bad end of the deal. I always got the squirrels and the rabbit and the raccoons to clean. That was fun. That was nice. We went hunting a few years after that. We quit camping around, was around 11 or so, and we went hunting I think I was maybe 14, yeah, about 12 to 14. Me and my brother, we always went down. I don't know if you guys remember the spot I call Quintet, the one with the big blue bridge. How I sat there at the water where I was catfishing before I left and went back down to the pier area. That spot, we walked upstream up underneath the bridge and we walked 2 miles up and through the woods, and the water was low, but the logs were like really, really slippery, and that water you don't slip off in. It don't matter. It's dead in the middle of January. There's still a gator there up in that area because it stays warmer there. That gator noted that he stayed there. We couldn't cross the log. It was way too slippery. We tried and almost fell in a couple times. Wasn't very deep, but it was only waist deep, but the mud sucked you down. So we went on about half-mile up, more to another trail, because we always cut off at the 2 mile mark and went across and on a little island there. We hunted it, shooting squirrels galore, hogs, deer everywhere. We hid behind a tree, but we had to go up another half-mile. We found a big old beaver dam. Now shoot, I say beaver dam. This joker was about 400 feet long. It just he had it. He went out off the trail, up, over, up. He went between trees and everything. He followed a closer amount of trees where everything will hold, and we walked across it. We walked back across it after we got done hunting. We didn't get no deer. We seen 2 hogs, but they wouldn't come in. We got, I think, 6 or 8 squirrels apiece, uh, 2 raccoons apiece, and seen a beaver and stuff. But we left him to keep the dam up. We left him. We hunted, I think, 3 hours in total. We come back out across. We walked it and walked out and back. But the beaver dam, we walked up. He I'm cooking a ham right now, and we kept it. We walked out, but the water was right even with the top of the beaver dam. One side was lower, but one side was higher. We usually kept hey Steve, good kitty. Tell him Merry Christmas. We we was coming back across. We got halfway in between the both parts of the dam, about halfway. By the time we've seen this water rippling, we were smart. We wouldn't want with the guns facing the lower part of the dam where the gator was. We kept it at the higher part. About that daggum time, now we kept buckshot because it was deer season. We see one nutty, we could get it, take the shot. About that daggum time, one of those daggum beavers were charged the dam, and that water rippled, and it rippled. It looked a little wider than the beaver. Shoot. You ever had bad footing and try to throw up and shoot? Not to shoot, to shoot to kill, pretty much. Shoot. We both threw up and we shot. Yeah, it kicked us off the daggum top of the beaver dam. Now the beaver dam was about 4 foot thick, 4 foot high. It's about 2.5 foot wide. He come charging that dam. We shot, boom, boom. We didn't kill it. About the time we shot where he was just operate the water. It blew water everywhere. Appreciate that, Alan. Merry Christmas. How's it going, John? What are you doing, Steve? Everybody, this is Steve the Fishing Cat. I found him while he was fishing. Yeah, about kicked us off for there. We went the next day out. The logs were dried up when we come back across, and they're like good. They're dry enough, we're good. We're headed back into down there to hunt. One of my uncles, we'll call him Now don't you jump up there. That ain't a smart idea. Yeah, I got an old shoot. I think it's Walmart or Kmart edition single shot 12 gauge. It was modified. Now this Joker, I shoot only sevens, eights, and nines out of low brass. Any more than that, it's gonna kick the dog walking crap out of you. I'm telling you. Well, I still took buckshot to shoot deer with it. Anything else, it got low brass at it. So usually modify what it was close enough to shoot and kill, and it would modify anyways. And my uncle's like, I want to shoot your single shot. Okay. Gotta shoot your pump? Sure. Alright. What's got in there? I don't care. Okay. Well, let me take my buckshot out because I only got a couple of them. So he took the buckshot. He brought it out. Loaded in a couple high brass fours. So I loaded it down. Blew. Now y'all, I stayed 4 foot tall until high school. Right before high school, I finally grew some inches. I'll put it out taller, you know. So I'm shooting. I got a 4.5 foot shotgun in my hand, so I shoot blue. Rock me back a little bit. I was like, all right. He's like, all right, you like that? Yeah, I like the pump. Put on safety, hand it to him. All right, hand me yours. What do you got in there? I said, don't remember. Usually it's deer season, so probably buckshot. Wow, handle. I said, you guys, how many buckshot you got? I said, I got plenty. I got more than plenty. All right, I'll just shoot it. I said, that's 3-inch, not 2 3/4 buckshot. All right, y'all. I want to tell you there. How's it going, Nona? Did he, or, yeah, Nona. How's it going, Jackson? Merry Christmas to y'all. Dad, I said, hey, now I'm going to give you a warning. That gun kicks, you kick the dog walking fire at you. Nah, I'll be alright. Now he's 5'9", about 225, 235. I think it's more like 250 myself, but he threw the gun up. I said, man, you might want to put that. About the time he said, I'm good, we shoot an old rotten stump. He caught that joker back and threw that sucker out. I said, you might want to get a little better handle on that. Nah, I'm good. And about the time he did, he pulled the trigger. Just put it this way. He laid it on the ground for a few minutes, but when he did, he threw it up. He threw it up in the padded part. He threw it up. It kicked him so hard it dislocated his shoulder. When he leaned back, he didn't drop the gun, thank God. I'd have probably shoved him off in the water then. When he leaned back, he caught a tree. When he did, he caught it with his shoulder. It rolled the shot back, his shoulder back into place, and he laid down on the ground. He passed out for about 20 minutes. He stood up. What the hell, you know? I'm like, I tried to tell you, you got it wrong. I tried to tell you it wasn't just a little 2 3/4 inch, you know. It's double up buck 3-inch, you know. He's like, how in the hell do you control it? I said, why do you think I only shoot buckshot out of it if I'm shooting at a deer? Your adrenaline's going enough, you won't realize it. So I popped it out and I said, sure. So I popped it out and put me a low brass in it. We walked along. A couple squirrels come out. 3 of us had one way. I had the center and he had one other way. I got 2 of them. My brother got one and he got one. He shot left-handed. I shot right. My brother, he shot right-handed. See, I did the smarter thing. I shot the far one when they're closer. When we're running, I had enough time to reload. I asked him, did he want to shoot my gun anymore? He told me no. I let my stepdad take it 1 year. I only shoot 4s and 6s, son. Can I borrow your gun? I'll shoot it. Sure, go ahead. I don't need this kick pad on there. You know, after you shoot so many times, you know, your shoulder gets a little sore. You know, 12 shots, even low brass or high brass, you know, it gets a little tender, you know, no matter how much you shoot. So he took it, he took the little butt pad. Now, the butt pad was only like that much thicker than a hard plastic, you know, with a cherry stock, you know. So he he took it off, he threw it in the gun cabinet. I said, you mind if I take long tongue? It's a 12 gauge full choke. It was like 5 foot long. We called it long tongue. And we took it and we separated. I want to go up underneath the side of the bridge, you know. Well, it's more open there. I said, yeah. I said, I'll get a few more squirrels there with this than having to try to shoot through the closer stuff. I said, then I'll walk back over after I get so many over there without sitting there wasting my time, you know. So I was sitting there. I shot me like 3 or 4. Didn't see no more for about an hour. So I was like, forget this. So I went back to the thick stuff where they are a few more. He walked 2 miles back. Shoot, he just walked there. I know. He showed me where he hunts and stuff. So if I ever got to find him or what. Or a little farther down, you know. He's sitting down and I heard. I thought I got back on the other side. Boom! Well, dang, you got one. Boom! Dang, you got another one. We hunted 4 hours. Now I shot the 3 squirrels on that side and 4 more, so I shot 7. He shot twice, come out at woods of dark and said he didn't see no more. He walks back in the house, cleans the gun up, wipes it down, reaches over, said, here's your gun, son. Slides the butt stuck on there. He goes, leave that thing on there. What are you talking about? He goes, son, I shot twice and didn't shoot no more. I was like, I said, that's surprising because your dad's gun right there, that joker kicks more than my dad's gun does. And he goes, I've been shooting it since I was a tyke. He was in his 40s, yeah, about 50, about 45 to 50 when he stopped shooting. He's like, no, not that one. Because I thought that one kicked. We he's like, no. My mom come in there, he's like, why you putting the stock on there? You ain't gonna take it back. That was morning night. Nah, I'm gonna take my old trusty 12. And was that gun kicky? He goes, yes it did. Because you put the gun stock back on? Yes it did. You gonna talk crap to him anymore? Nope. He goes, you bring 6 to 8 to 12 squirrels home. Yeah. Sometimes less than that, sometimes they're, you know, deer hunting stuff. We had fun though. I didn't ever get to shoot no deer with that, but I got a couple of them with my pump. Now, my pumps, that one and my pumps, like my right hand, you know, up front and back and in and out there. How's it going, Gary? How's it going, Darren? Yes, sir. I'm cooking a ham. Got a ham cooking. You need to put me some more coal on there. Woo. Hey, Steve. He took out his regular gun the next time. Or his double. Yeah, I took out a single shot 12. I took out the single shot that I was originally taking it. I think I got 4 or 5 more that afternoon with it. So why do you only take low brass and a few buckshots? They ain't no use to shoot high brass. And I don't blame you. My brother, he bought 6s and 4s hunting with it. He was walking through and this rabbit run by. He's like, "Ooh, rabbit!" You know, we're behind him, so he's the only one that could shoot until it got over so far. He shot it. He forgot to switch from high brass to low brass. He got it though. It kicked the crap out of him. He's like, dang it. He's like, man, I was hoping for a far off squirrel with this. Not the rabbit up decently close. Merry Christmas, everybody. We was sitting at the boat ramp. We the only one there. It's right at the crack of shooting light. Right there at it. Now rabbit and raccoons is nighttime to morning and throughout the day. We just sitting there, we was looking around, we're like, make sure nobody's around. Well, we got out and we're looking around with a flashlight. It's about daylightish enough where it was still shooting light, but you know, to fully see the ground because, you know, water moccasins and stuff like this. A couple days it wasn't cool, so it's going through and we looked over, there's a rabbit sitting there. Instead of loading his gun, I already had mine loaded, fixing to start walking with it, you know. He goes, rabbit. And the next thing I know, I feel my gun disappear. I'm like, the hell? Looked over here, hold this light. I'm like, hold the light. He's like, yeah, hold the light. And I kept there, I just grabbed the hold of the light. And I did look, he shot the rabbit. He used my gun to shoot the rabbit with my bullet. He's like, that's the only thing I could think of. Is just, UR was loaded up. Yeah, I heard some stuff on that. I know you guys use falconry over there. Yeah, I know that sounds pretty cool. Do you got to raise your own, or I know you just can't really dare unless you train or you got somebody you guys got to go to get one. Yeah, it would. That's nice. Oh no, you need to go on your thing and tell the story about some of that. That'd be pretty cool as to do. I ain't never looked up if we could. I know here we can use anything bigger than we can use 22 magnums and up. I'd like to get my hands on my 30-30, but jerkwad won't bring it to me. I got me a 308 a few years ago. I need to test it out. I took it hunting. It's sighted in mostly. I mean, 100 yards, I can knock whatever I want down, you know. We me and my nephew hunted with it for a while. He hunted with a shotgun in case it was too close with a rifle to get a good shot off with it. It's quick. But we quit taking it. We was sitting out of the spot. Me, my nephew, my brother. We were sitting along downside of a creek that we were. It was like not like an island, but it was like creek. Then it was a creek separating the land, but I had a creek that run in between us, and it had a watering hole. We looked around and scouted around for a week. A few spots, and we wound up finding it. We came back the next day. I remembered how to get to the creek part and there and that, so we sat there. Me and my nephew would sit up. I had a tree behind, pine tree behind me. He had sitting next to me. He had a little bit of a holly bush tree. Uh, we had a couple pine trees out front, but no brush. Then it was brushed off beside of us. We could see through the brush because the brush was only so thick, and it was like viney where you can see there. No, Bolt Action Black Op Edition. It's it's got a assisted trigger and stuff with it. I'll have to send you a picture of it one day. I need to get me a new scope for it. I want to get me a good one for it. We were sitting in the spot. It was, think, shoot. We went that morning and scouted. We found it. Came back with my nephew. With, we went in. We set that afternoon. It got, shoot. We got there about 1:30. Me and him's talking, like why I am now. How's it going, Adam? Merry Christmas. We sitting there. We got about 30 minutes in. We was talking, different types of guns and different calibers and, different places. We talked about Alaska. We talked Alabama. We talked there, what are different animals and stuff. He's got autism too, so he is not really fascinated, but outdoors was his go-to area too. We talking about it. We got an hour in after sitting there. I heard. We kept on talking. I heard. Now I had my 30-30 with me. He had his 20 gauge Youth Edition full choke, and we were talking. I'm like, yeah, man. We was talking about my 308 at the time, and he's like, he goes, "You care if I ever shoot you 308?" I'm like, I don't care if you shoot it. I'll bring it wherever you can shoot it. Because if we can, I said, yeah. I said, be nice. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. We're there, and I kept hearing the crunching. And I was watching. Say about 30 yards out in front. And I seen something moving through the bush. There was vines and stuff, but there I said, hold up. I said, I see something. You see something? I'm still talking about this loud. I'm like, yeah, I see something. So let's still talk, do not really move, but don't. Which his gun's got a feature that's got a double safety on it. I said, turn your safety off, pull your hammer back some, and put it in your safety position where to lock it in your safety position, where the only thing it is push the button to the side. He said, okay, so he loaded his down in my 30-30. The only thing I had to do was move the hammer, because I already had it loaded. So, and I looked up, there was 2 bucks coming out. One was a spike, and one was like a 6-point. Didn't have a huge rack, but the bodies were huge on them. Big bodies, you know. We sitting in there, we sitting there, we're watching and stuff. And they come out, they looked around, didn't see us. I'm like, oh. And I got to looking, and one was a spike. He come close. He come closer and wound up being they had a little bit of a split to it. So he wound up being legal. He was going to take him. He come in within 15 yards. The other one coming within 20. And one went behind a tree, and the bigger one was at the back. And I told him, I said, if I only get one and you can get yours, I'll give you the rack or whatever if you want it. He's like, okay. But you've been hunting and there, you know, you've been trying for a couple years to get you one. So I'm like, okay. So this deer wound up sliding about 15 yards, and this one stayed at 10. He wouldn't come out behind a tree. And my nephew tried, no matter how slowly he went, the other one kind of kept backing up, then scooting forward, backing up. And he couldn't get his gun around hot, and he got it around, but he wouldn't. The deer watched him the whole time. And where the deer was positioned behind a tree, he couldn't see me. But as the other one that was behind him, it kept looking at me and looking away, looking at me, looking away. And it was giving me opportunities to rotate my gun. So he started watching me after I got it facing him somewhat and not off my leg. And he'd look away for a second. I raised it up a little bit. I got it on my shoulder. He looked away. I got it halfway up. I put it to his stomach towards his rib. He watched me for a minute. And he couldn't see me. I know he couldn't. He couldn't tell. And we heard something behind us, and he kind of there. Then he heard a whoosh behind him, so he's like, what the heck? He looked. He gave me enough time to get up to almost my shoulder, full sight. And I'm there, and he looks back at me, so I'm in a different position. So he's like, what the heck? And something looked up behind him. So I fully got the draw. Got the hammer almost ready. He looks back, so I'm froze. I got the hammer, like, all thing I did was let my finger slip, and I could have shot him. But I was like, nope, not gonna do that in case I ain't got fully on. I want to make sure. Now that's a heart pounding, this boom, 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 you know, just adrenaline, you know. I'm like, I got him up. He looked back, something else, thank God, cracked in there, and I got the hammer clicked back in there. I got fully on him. When he started rotating his head back, boom, I put right behind the front leg, toward there, boom. And he jumped, kicked, and he ran about 20 feet in front of me. I'm like, oh, he's going to give me another shot. I can't tell if he's bleeding. It looks like blood. So I try to ease my 30-30 open. You know, note yourself, don't go fully slow. But I was getting it and rode it, and don't go too slow with a 30-30 or it won't work right. So I had to get it to click back shut. But at the time, my nephew, he started to raise up. He was gonna get, he had still enough shot. The deer was there, and the deer didn't care. He knew he was hit. He was wondering what the heck. My nephew was drawing to shoot him. And about the time my brother, he was in between me and the deer. He was like, oh man, the deer. So instead of just leaning over the log and shooting him, staying hid, he stood up. When he stood up, the deer got another burst of energy because he got wobbly and stuff and looked like there. When he stood up, he took off. Hey, we tried to track him, and what had happened is the creek was, when he got the second burst, he run about another 50 feet and run across the shallow creek, and there's people hunting on the other side. So he run over there and they wound up getting him. Because they were unfortunately shot something, and when he went across the creek and he fell over, it'd have been he said, she said, so he wound up not getting the deer and they wound up getting it. We sat there, we came back days and days later. It got the last day where we couldn't hunt the area. We got up there and we was coming out, and it was right at the end of shooting light. I mean, we're like way all the way right at where we couldn't even shoot if we had to. We got the edge of the woods, and that was in the shooting light. We got out and got in the truck and got everything unloaded and put away. And get your ass in that yard, junkyard. It's my wife's dog. He finds that funny, dude. Escaping. Go. 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 We got to heading up the creek line. Got back to the truck and got up, got everything unloaded and stuff, and we was getting in. We turned around. We was driving out. There's a roadway across the road. One side was still hunting, and one side you had to run dogs or always been moving, and we don't hunt like that, so not with my nephew and knowing the area somewhat. And we was coming out, we got to the roadway across the road, we looked over. Big 12 point. Prettiest buck I swear you'll ever see on the last day. If it had been 10 more minutes worth of shooting light, we could have shot it and got it. It was in the shooting light and there. We wasn't gonna take it illegally, so we pulled down the road and watched. Deer come up, stood beside the road, looked both ways, crossed the road, went down right down the freaking path we was coming out of. We still see the opening where we use and they use. We'd have had 10 minutes left. We'd have got him. We wound up hunting another spot, and a spot we ain't been to in since I was around 12. That joker, it was nice. Oh, and we sat down there and we sat in a big old lake area that big gator was in, I told you all about.
Yes.
Oh, I think it's not good enough to make it. I think I might have enough room. Apple pie. You got one more to make, right? Or not. Don't forget that, y'all. Nice. She's hunted with me a couple of times. We've hunted up there at her dad's place for quite a while. Well, I can't say that. I've helped build a cabin. Well, stick standing cabin. Huh. It was a cabin, but it was stick framed, not a log cabin. Her dad, he how's it going, Rivers? How are you doing? We hunted up there a while. Seen stuff here and there, and nothing wanting to ever stick around, you know. Couldn't hunt over corn, but you could plant crop, greens and stuff, and grass and clover and stuff. You couldn't hunt corn, but you can hunt the natural stuff, per se. So we sit there, we try to hunt. We see them starting to come out doe and some buck 6 to 8 and 10 and stuff like that. Didn't really ever get nothing there because they start to come out and then it just automatically just run through there. But he had a creek system run from one side of the property to the other. He diverted it and closed it off. Then he had another underground spring that come up in a spot, and he had another one come up in another area. And it stayed. No matter how hot or how dry it got, the creek stayed. And he's like, I want to build a cabin. You want to help me build a cabin? Sure. I got time and I got know-how, you know. Framing and stuff like that through carpentry and stuff. He's like, I'm not going to do it out of log. I'm like, that'd have been even better. He had a friend that could have brought him the logs, but what? What? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we sat out there. We helped him build it. We built it from. We was going to do it out of logs, but we didn't know how long it would take. And we get it from point A to point B there, so we just decided to stick frame it. We put it on what, cinder block? Or I can't remember, cinder block or pole. I think we might have put it on some poles and on with a cinder block. We dug the creek out and made a big swimming area, about 6 foot deep in one spot and 4, and you know, shallowed up. But we built a big rock dam there and packed it in with some clay and stuff. It held water. We built we built it, I think, 2.5 foot off the ground in case the creek ever flooded, or the lake next door that had a creek and stuff to it flooded. We built it up just to prepare, you know. We built the opening around a magnolia tree. We built it 14 by like 26 or 24 by like 9 foot. We built a a 14 by 10 deck off of it. It had windows in there. We didn't ever get too far on it. We got the roof and the walls up. We didn't get the door on it before we stopped going up there. We had the fire pit down below next to the creek that was there. We didn't get the chance to make the outhouse there. But about 20 yards through the woods down the trail is a hunting spot that had a tree stand. Another one was 20 yards another way, and there was another one. We wound up getting it all done, and we was going down. Me and her was going down the trail. We was gonna go hunt off in front of it, because you had a trail at front and off the three sides. One led to the dirt road that led down into the woods that had a way off of it, and there we was going through the one out front. It was there, but unless you we left it specifically hidden a little bit, and unless you knew where it was, you couldn't see it. We went through there. We wound up finding a 6-point, the head of it, and there we sat there in the open, up in the brush, and never seen nothing. We'd see them, they'd come up, but it wasn't far enough to shoot at, so close enough. So which she'd nap, I'd hunt. And so we wandered around the property, and we know the neighbor, so we're like, hey, can we check out the pond that's over there? He was like, yeah, just be careful. He's like, there's a 12-foot gator in there. I'm like, okay, I'm good. He's like, you see it, you can eat it if you want it. He's like, I want it out of there. I want to get more fish back in there. We sat there and watched one day, and 3 Drake mallards, a wood coot, a woody and a coot coming in, and it come crashing in on the water. I was like, we sit there, we just crept closer and closer, because we caught something brown was coming through, and we're like, I scooted out and scooted over. We wasn't too close to the water's edge. And about that daggum time that goddamn gator jumped out that water, boy, he come launching out, he's just like, roar, and just snatched the ducks off. I'm like, yeah, that was fun. Good night, I'm like, dang it. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. He come up, he got one mallard, went back down, and I waited and waited, and he come sneaking out, and then he didn't come fully out that time. He got the wood duck, and he wound up swiping another one. And he come up, was going across the top of the water. And I tried that, and I called the guys, like, is there any more gators? I don't know. Because I know, he goes, you want to take that one, that's 12 foot, I was sitting there, I was looking there, and I put me a slug in there. He was going across the top of the water. It's about how deep's your pond. He's like 5-6 feet, but it's kind of cold. I'm like, well, I can get out there and get it back. Man, I don't know. Could have bought her the John boat, the paddle, but I'd have had to bring it back to the woods, so I wound up not taking it. I almost did, and went to get John boat. Almost just called her dad, but he don't have service in too many spots of his yard, so he probably wouldn't have got a call. Almost went down there and got it. Almost had Miss gator meat then. Mm. We fished throughout the winter when we were hunting some spots, but it was more for big catfish and stuff, trout line and stuff. Camp set out. We get a couple big flatheads, channel cat we threw back. Blue cat were okay to keep sometimes, long as they're so big. He only kept certain stuff like that. Turtle here, turtle there. We all we sat around a few spots and shoot cats and freaking bluegill and brim and shellcracker, that big from there up, monster ones. We used to travel upriver with a john boat, and there the sandy area, the spot that they closed down. You can access it from Mineral Springs and go up and run 2 miles upriver, which is only half mile a mile. Well, yeah, no, wait, yeah, a mile upriver, not a half. A mile upriver if you run the thing up and go through the creek area and go back through there. It led to the big lake that was in there. Or you can go a half mile through the woods with the people toting it and launch it off there. But the beavers and stuff walled it up, so one half of it you couldn't use. We was going through it up river and went in and got in there. We was catfishing. We pull in 8 to 10 to 12 pound flathead. We kept on like 2 or 3 of those. Bullhead, they were 2 to 3 pounds. We set trout lines all over the lake there. We'd go through it during winter. The gators wouldn't be all gone, but we didn't go in it during breeding season. We me, her, and her mother went. She's like, that big lake you guys used to catch all those catfish in. You know where it's at? I was like, yeah, I know where it's at. I hunt next to it. Well, let's go. So before it closed down, we was going down there. We caught down the trail, half mile back down in the woods from the thing. We went in and went under. We went down there. It was an old boat ramp. Down into the boat ramp, I said, I'll go first. Check for snakes because mother-in-law hated snakes. Went down in there and that. So I got going down there. I got halfway down the boat ramp. I was like, man, I didn't never know they had logs. I stood there for a second. I was like, ah, dang it. And like that, and I kicked the rock when it did. It wasn't rocks, it was gator. It was 3 of them laying on the bank. And I got to looking around. I was like, I ain't fishing here. There was 3 on bank. There was several of them behind them. It was right in the middle of mating season. They went charging off the bank and into the water. Them 3 went down, and the several that was on top, they were bellowing and water rattling and stuff. So I went down a little closer, not right at water's edge, and looked out and down. It was just gator galore. It was, no, it ain't no gator that was in that part of the lake. It was about a 3 acre lake, a spot before the beavers and stuff dried it up. It was about 3 acres. All you could see of it. Stomp here, there, gators. They were all bellowing and, fornicating stuff out. But we didn't fish there. We went up there. We was fishing off the ledge and down there beside the boat ramp. We didn't catch nothing. We wound up seeing 2 water moccasins, and my mother-in-law said, nope, I'm out of here. We went up to Webb's and fished, and we fished there for a while. She caught some nice warmouth and bluegill down there. shoot. I was shoot around 6 or so. I think what triggered my me liking bass fishing so much is we was down there fishing and caught about a 5 pounder. I was like, dang, that's a daggone big fish. That's a nice fish. So that's what triggered that. We grew up in the woods and stuff. But I know you guys have seen Webb's. How I walked down in there where I done all that round and showed you guys down in there. But down there where at the boat ramp at Webb's, there's a little area you can stay in. That was, I know you guys see me fish there. That there ain't no trees there, but off over back towards the right, there was big a big island that sit up there before the water rose and eroded it. There used to be a big saltwater croc that laid up there all the time. She is a big gal. She sat up there not bothering nobody. Shit, we seen her for years on years. They finally removed her. Game wardens and somebody else wound up finding out she was down in there. She didn't have a mate, so she laid eggs, but she didn't have nothing to mate with. So they seen her nest, looked in it, and it was all just blank. So we seen her for a while before they got rid of her. She wound up getting removed, and a couple big gators stayed down over that way. I think we fished on a john boat down through there, which it was only 2 foot deep in some spot, 3 and 4 at the most down through there. The big stump that used to be out there, somebody was on their john boat. My stepdad's brother and his wife was on a john boat, and she leaned over the boat. He's like, "Don't lean. I'm leaning, and get me a worm. Don't lean on the boat. Just give it a minute, you know. Don't lean. It'll tip, but it's both leaning." She didn't listen. She did what she had to do. Yep, rolled the whole boat, rolled the whole john boat over. The cooler float. He lost his worms. He got his cooler full of beer. Never spelt his beer. Had his fishing rod in one hand, and holding the lawn chair he was sitting on in the boat. Because he sat in the lawn chair in the boat because he stayed balanced enough, and the paddle and all of that, he was more comfy than it. So, she leaned, he was already leaning. As long as she would have stayed straight there, but they unrolled the thing, and they wound up finding the worms. They were not out of it, but full of water, so they drained it, and they wound up saving the worms. This tackle box, they had to dive down and get it. The anchors and stuff, they wound up finding everything. I think, except, no, they found everything. She had the rod, it floated, thank God. He had his and theirs. That's the last time we fished with her out of a john boat. Me and my granny, we sitting on bank, we laughing. We sitting down there fishing. She was catching some brim and some bluegill. I wasn't fishing too much. I was more or less just helping her take off her fish she was catching. My stepdad, he was on the boat with my brothers. My mom was up there doing something. But I had some hunting and fishers and stuff. I know it's not full stories of whatever. I could have rambled on. Mm-hmm. Put me a few more of those on. I'm sorry if I missed anybody, but yeah, you get to talking, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Uh, I don't know what he's doing. I haven't seen him today. I've heard from him, but I haven't seen him. Karen ain't said much to us. Oh yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Almost got my captain's license for manning a boat and stuff. I got more than 180 hours on there. Only thing I had to do was charge people and drive them around on there. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I got to get down here. I got to get me at least a 16-foot boat and charter more than 3 people around and charge them more than $50 for 180 hours. I got 180 hours on a boat, but charter them around and take them here and stuff. My brother and me and somebody else, we were all bullshitting one day, and we was looking into that. I thought about getting a captain's license. I thought about it. Still thinking about it. Still doable, but uh, we got in there bullshitting around and looking in there and there. And he looks up, what all qualifies you to be a mountain man? So, okay, we wrote the stuff down, you know. Just looking, you know, being there. Looking back, the only things we needed to do at the time to be considered an official mountain man would be is to make clothing. Skinning, it was skinning stuff, survival skills stuff. It was a whole mess of stuff. Only thing we lacked at the time was making some type of clothing, a full suit. There, 6 packs or. Uh, Either one, captain for on the river or the bay or the ocean. I wouldn't have done for the ocean. It allowed it allowed to do the bay or the river around here. Yeah, it had to be at least a 16-foot boat. It had to. It had to be either some type of chartering them around for something, taking the fishing areas there for so many hours and stuff. How's it going, Victor? Uh, hope she's alright. Nice. I traveled anywhere. Just had to be a crew of at least six. Myself and plus a few other people fishing and driving around and stuff for there. So there's a few other things to it, but that was the main equipment and all of that. I could have caught them. Shoot, it could have even been family just to travel around. I think it qualified it up to a certain size ship. I forget what size it was. Yeah. I don't think it's too much longer for that pie's to be done. Shouldn't be. Get my mother on on. How's it going, Squeaky? Fam Outdoors. How are you doing today? Y'all guys, check out Squeaky's Outdoor. They got a nice channel too. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Christmas. Oh yeah, it's been real good. I got woke up early this morning, kid screaming. She thought she was left out on opening Christmas presents. But she found out she was the first one up. I was waking up, but more asleep. But she screamed because she thought she was the last one up. And then walked downstairs and looked around and realized she was the only one up. And she got up, and I got up, and the rest of them got up. They got some pretty areas up there where they fish at. Mhm. Just one second. Oh, no, she came in there and screamed. One of them screamed and woke me up. I was up, but I was back to sleep. And he started, and you got up. Or you were up, and he got up, and I was already up because somebody screamed. I don't know who screamed. The ham, yeah, I'm just going to let it ride. It won't hurt it. Just one second. s- baked smoking it. I want to try it with smoke. Yeah. uh, that is warmer for you. I haven't barbecued one other. How's it going, hurting for sturgeon? How are you doing? First time baking one too on her. Oh, baked smoke. I'm gonna choke up the fire a little more. What? I don't know who that is. Uh, probably. I think you can take this back in. Oh. Just 1 second. I'm still here. Oh, yeah, I found this thing there. Oh yeah, I use cinder blocks. How's Connie? I sell what? Oh, Redneck Barbecuers. It's cast iron and everything else is stainless. The the uh, Hurricane Sally came through. It damaged part of the thing, so shoot, I just been using it on the cinder block. I just I got it held down with a piece of rebar. It's held down 2 foot in the ground with a piece of rebar there. The bottom piece didn't fit, so shoot, I could. I think that cast iron, I think that weighs about maybe 10 pounds all together. Shoot 2 cinder blocks and that you slide it in on your thing it's pretty much portable. You don't have to worry about a big giant stand in the way or nothing. There. Ah, nice. I think I put it over there. I've had it over there. I use it here because I thought about finding me a good location for it. I got plenty of cinder block and find a spot that I know wouldn't get damaged by a tree if something blew over. I thought about it. It's one of the reasons why I kept it around instead of buying one with a stand. It's fully enclosing it where I can still use it, but and make a cinder block stand for it. Shoot, yeah, freaking banana pudding. I'm eating apple pie. It's getting there. I'm gonna see how it tastes with the smoky pecan flavor. I mean, why not? The ham is cooking. It's not overly cooked. So, It'll be alright. I just got to remember to keep that turned because it's partial over the fire. It's over where the smoke's directly going into it too. Hey, I'm gonna try it. Hey. Ooh, I I want to replace the pot. Thinking about, I'm not gonna get rid of this stand, but what I'm thinking about doing is finding a basket that'll work in there, and when I get the, if I can find the basket and stuff, I want to get the deep fryer going. I want to deep fry the turkeys, but I want to make apple pie pockets, or like the little half apple pie turnover things. I want to deep fry some of those and try it. Not after the turkey. I thought about it. Probably still tastes pretty good. Cajun apple pie. How do we open it? Oh. All that boy, he'll open stuff. Tatter's full. What? What's over? Pick a number 1 through 24. Oh yeah.
So you said 9, 10, 17. Just give me the order that you see it.
Huh?
Just give me the order that you see it.
You what?
The order that you see pop up.
Okay, we'll do 2 today. 9. And 17. Whopper Popper. 9. Whopper Popper. That's gonna work. Oh, that's Steve. 17. 17. 9. Yeah, shiny. Scotty wants one of my redneck barbecues. What? Let me tell you about my best friend. Sorry. Oh yeah, them bass have munched that joker too. Probably a couple other ones around here. I was fishing with whopper popper going across the water, and I accidentally stopped and shoot. I munched. We was fishing. I don't know. You wind up seeing the video where I was up beneath the bridge where I showed us fishing a clump of water. The clump of gizzard shad that was in the water that was going there. That spot, me and my nephew was fishing. We was bass fishing down there. We wound up catching about a 1.5, a 2, and a 3. Well, he said, "You mind if I throw up beneath the bridge?" You know, he threw up beneath the bridge. He was reeling in. He had him a rattle trap, a white one or a bluegill color one. He threw it up beneath there, was reeling in. Well, he had something hit. He had like 20-pound braid on there. Now you like 20-pound braid, which is there, so he threw it to hit. It missed it. Well, he threw back up beneath the bridge, and it wound up hitting it again and hitting it hard, and it snapped the rattle trap off completely off the braid. You know, it snapped a good foot and a half, because I was watching it roll. It snapped about there, and it snapped the braid, and I was like, well, you know, I was like, dang. I'm like, what the frick? That's messed up with the thing doing that. And I had me a watermelon seed, a green watermelon seed worm with on a 3/0 Circle J hook on weightless, weightless. You know, I tossed it up, I was reeling in. I seen something swipe at my line. I had 20-pound mono, which I had spider wire on there, or spider wire, and that stuff is freaking hard as frick to break. I pretty much got to put a glove on and really snatch on it. That's how tough that stuff is. I had 20 on there, and I was throwing it, and then I was reeling. I watched it roll up and smack the crap out of the worm. Shoot, that bass, it was every bit of 12 pounds or more. He come up, hit, only thing I seen was a large mouth in there, and he hit and crushed it and snapped it off. And there, I told him, I said, I don't know. He's like, it snapped braid. I said, I got some pretty strong mono on here. He goes, yeah, I know you got some tough line, because I've watched you try to break it, and it takes you almost, not everything you got, but you know. He's like, it broke it like nothing. I said, I don't know. I tried to fish for it for a little while. wasn't ever swiping nothing else. I guess it got a mouthful of, I guess, where it hit, because it was on the side. When he rolled, it caught it, but when he went, it snapped off. So I don't know what he done or where the rattle trap was, but I wound up catching a glimpse of one huge one down there. But unfortunate little spot down here that I showed y'all that is behind the restaurant. That's, I know you guys seen that one where it was going down in here. The stream there that leads on both sides. Unfortunately, people killed all the fish down in there pretty much. They fished down there so much they pretty much caught everything. The 8.5 I've caught, the 8-pounder she's caught, the 5-pounders, the 6, there's 3s, 1s, plenty of. They just all over the place. I tried to fish there for several times. I've used stuff that I know they'd hit and never not hit. Yeah, I wound up getting some good polarized glasses and was looking down there, and there was only one little bitty teeny tiny, about a 3/4 pound bass. I seen 3 bluegill and like another small fish down there. And I've watched the water, I've tried worms, I've tried everything. And wound up talking to a couple of people that bass fish down there off of a spot. He's like, man, these daggone people down here. He's like, they're down here all the time and are using fish traps is what they're using. How's it going? You don't know? We was down there fishing and talked to a guy. He says these people that come down here using fish traps and stuff. Just a second. They were using these fish traps, and they had those bluegill and stuff. No, it's my barbecue / smoker dealy thing. It would. They're using those down there to catch the fish. they were using those and catching the fish down there out of. That's one of them. They won't use it no more. Yeah, they've been using those to catch the fish in. Oh no, you good, Lee? Apple pie. Yeah. Rotate the apple pie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they didn't know. I was down there fishing, and I looked down, and I was like, "That's a trap." And I kept seeing a bluegill, not going nowhere. And I put my glasses down and put them on, and I leaned down over, not lean too far, because it's like 10 foot. I'm not like 8 foot down. And you have to swim towards the embankment over there to get back up. By the time you get there, there's always a 6 foot gator that stays up at the bridge down there. And we was and I leaned over and I looked, and I seen the bluegill. I said, "Man, does that look like a cage?" And I gave her the glasses. I said, "Is that a trap?" So yeah, that's a trap. I lifted up the trap. And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I found the rope." I had a rope ball head, and they had another one. And I was down there, and I was like, "I'm not gonna pull it out now." And I watched people, watched. Nobody came up, nobody nothing. We came back 3 days. The trap was still there, and it was, when we pulled it out, it was a bunch of fish. I'm like, well, I don't really want to steal nobody's trap or dump the fish out, don't know. Well, got to looking up, not really supposed to use those traps. For minnows, yes, or this or that, So, okay. How's it going, sports? How's it going, David? Merry Christmas, y'all. So I got down there and I pulled up the trap and got done fishing. And I was so agitated. I wound up pulling up the trap at the end. I didn't catch nothing. And I opened up the trap door, untied it. I dumped about 35 fish out of there. Pulled it up, set it on the thing, and wound up reaching over there. Was another one there. Pulling it up, they had about 25 fish in it. Turtle trying to get into it. Gator swimming by it. I got them both out, dumped all the fish out. Reached down with my knife, cut one rope, cut the other rope. Put them both in the truck and drove off. Come back down there was another one. Wound up dumping like 10 fish out of it, and walked by the dumpster and just threw one away. Somebody wanted making one for a crawfish trap, and I kept that one. I went down there a couple times, and I went down there a couple times to that spot. And I kept seeing something, a green rope going in the water. And I kept seeing the thing move and stuff. And they wind up having like 50 or 60 hooks on a piece of nylon rope dangling in the water. They were just trying to snag whatever was going by. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing? You been a good boy. How was your Christmas been today, Lee? Oh, oh, oh. Oh no, my tea run out. No, I'm just kidding. I got more now. We we wound up going down there. I wound up removing all those about 60 hooks out of the water. Wound up having like one fish hooked on it, a turtle by the leg. I wound up removing a turtle off. It was only so big. But any line or anything, I try to remove out of the water. Shut up, little yap, dog. Nice, yum. I deep fried a turkey earlier. I'm just slow cooking ham and trying to smoke / bake an apple pie. I need to rotate it. I know the fire's going again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The only thing I wish when I was younger is we still went camping after about 10 or 12. Yeah, 12. We still went hunting, we still went fishing. We just didn't ever camp.
Warning! Warning!
Sorry. I'm baking an apple pie. Mine's an apple. I wanted to make it, but somebody wasn't good enough, so she made it. Got me about here busy to do that. Smoking ham. Bullshitter alert. I'm just kidding. Oh no, that's one of my family's ringtone. I've been warned. uh, I got a couple funny ones. Merry Christmas, Izzy. How are you doing on this wonderful day? Come on. I got one that's oh no, help, they're coming to take me away. They're coming to take me away. Uh, I got a couple more. Her mom, I got her mama's. Her mama's ringtone on hers. It's your mother. Don't pick up. No, I'm just kidding. It's your mother. It's me. I know where you are. I'm always watching. It's me, your mother. We uh did you get on camera? Yeah. Where is he? I hear him, but I can't see him. Can you guys hear that whistle? It's a little hawk. About what I'm sitting at. I'm probably sitting about 65 now. Feels good. Nope. We I'll try to bring them and show them the things and do two alive. See a swap plopper and a what like a rattle trap thingy. Yeah, it's about the shape of a rattle trap. Could be a wobble trap. Wobble trap. They got so many different things in there. I don't know. Sheesh. What are you doing, boy? What are you eyeballing? Oh, goblin. He likes to sniff the cats. You watching him? Watch. That's my dog. He's he's looking at their one of the rescue cats. Ooh-wee. Yeah. you guys hear crunching and mumbling of a wrapper behind you, it's just me eating on this apple pie. No, I'm gonna take my warm apple pie. Did you guys get to see that? Oh yeah, it's got a nice smoky flavor smell to it. Just one second. Hopefully it's charging now. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's charging. Oh yeah. I come walking in. They're like, "Oh God, it smells so good." Oh yeah, that's gonna be delicious. Ah, dang it! Forgot my freaking vanilla ice cream. That's okay. I was hoping to make another one, because I know it's going to be going to Nothing Flat. I was hoping to get another one out of it, but somebody don't want to make it. Not saying Savage Al's name or nothing. It's okay. Yeah. Oh, it smells so good. Shoot. I wonder what else we can come up with to try to bake on, or bake/smoke on there with some good flavor. Yeah. Mm. Turtle, yeah. I'd grill it. Then no, I've had it barbecued. I've had it in soup, fried, baked. You know, one of my favorite ways to eat a baked potato is off a good campfire. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's nostalgia of having it, but it's something about a potato baked like that. Boy, it's freaking delicious. Oh, oh, she's waiting on you, Alan. She's waiting on you. Waiting on you to bring her some turtle. Oh yeah. I like if you guys got extra chicken eggs that you want stored. Hey, yeah, and you guys got Coke bottles, rinse the Coke bottles good. You can and scramble the eggs and salt and pepper them, a little paprika, whatever you want in there. You know, you can freeze those and thaw those and cook them and scramble them. They'll taste just the same. How are you doing, Skater Girl? Hope you're having a Merry Christmas. Yeah, redneck barbecue. I just ain't found the right. I got spots all over the place, but I need to get out. I need to find me a good spot for where it won't get in the way and still easy, plain enough room to get to. Because I'll think here's a spot, and I'm like, boom, doing something there or something. Did you know a turtle won't die to sundown? You can shoot him in the morning, kill him in the morning, and from morning until night, his nerves won't stop moving until nightfall. You can completely cut him up, and he'll still be moving. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? Come here. I don't know if she's gonna bring anything else. You bringing anything else here, else out here to put on here? What do you mean fire it up and re-deep fried? Shoot something and deep fry it. Yeah. A couple of squirrel will be pretty quick to clean. Deep fried raccoon might be okay. Yeah. Mm. Oh yeah. No, he's just hanging out with me. Ain't you? Hanging out. Yeah. Just hanging out over here, just eyeballing. I forgot to hook up my little Christmas tree. I'm gonna get me a bigger one. Y'all, they had a ridiculous price on Christmas trees last year. They got a good price on them this year. I wonder how many people I'd scare on Christmas if I shot those few squirrels with a shotgun sitting right here. Just nah. Probably scare a few. Mama, it's World War III. No. No, sweetheart, we're just still in the country. There goes a buzzard. I thought about moving up. We're moving a few trees in a spot and getting the area cleaned back up and digging me a little pond in the yard. And using it. That would be nice. Thought about it. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she's still good and juicy. I got it so far away from the fire and stuff, so. Yeah. I ain't holding nobody up, Emma. Merry Christmas to the lurkers. Merry Christmas. You don't have to hide in the background. If you want to, you can. Hola. ¿Cómo está? We was out here the other night and heard something, and I guess whatever it was, it scared the chickens. It scared one of them so bad it wound up dying. So I gotta get it a friend. Mhm. Yeah, I'm ready for that apple pie. I'm not gonna lie. Sitting here thinking about it. I want the turkey and the apple pie. Ooh, I forgot about the rolls. Sorry, the skeeters are out. Oh yeah. Double tap those screens. Double tap. You. Ooh, what time? Ooh, it's almost dark. Everything alright? Uh, you didn't have anything I need to put on here, did you? No, I guess not. Should have made it inside and didn't hear me. I'll come up with some ideas to put on a barbecuer. I've been telling some hunting stories all live. I just telling about some hunting stuff I've been doing or done in the past. If you didn't have to fly to Alaska, get around while flying, I'd navigate that. But some spots you gotta fly to. Well, a lot of it's remote too, so. Well, by some of the stuff I've done around Christmas, hunt and fish, mainly hunt and camped. So I quit camping and just hunted up in there, Thanksgiving and Christmas, throughout the things. we visited some family and then wound up just being us over there. We we camped during most of the Christmas up until Christmas Eve and stuff. We used to go to a spot during uh, summer break. It was Ponce de Leon. We swam and uh, fished there. Yeah, it's the area is now called Vortex Springs. It's got log cabins and stuff on it, which they have always been there. Then it's got like little sheds and campers all over the place. We used to go and stay in the log cabins they had up there, swim and visit the creeks and roam around over that area. And the people didn't want to. Yeah, he's off in the woods. He was sitting above me earlier. I'm surprised I don't hear the hoot owl or screech owl. We had a real pretty gray one that's been coming around. Then we had another brownish gray one come up. Got a big barn owl. We used to have a whole bunch of them before they built the big holding pond out back. They built about a 5 to 11 acre holding pond, about a 5 acre holding pond. No, the 11 acre holding pond's over there near the library. This one's about 5 acres. They used to have owls, eagles, and gopher turtles, and uh, pileated woodpecker. Uh, I know I've had a few king snakes out there. Spotted king snake, the one that mimics the coral snake. That one, and a few other things out there. Deer, they're still there. They're just more of my neighbor's holding pond. He's got one that's filled full of trees. They built it, but they planted the trees back to keep it from washing. So they're still hanging out over there. They come through the yard every now and then. There was one or two of them a couple weeks back. Sheesh. Getting cold on you again. We 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 he they used to do that here until about 2009. I was gonna take y'all guys to the little parade on December 6th, but I wound up going fishing. I almost took you guys down there to the little parade. Well, I had to keep you guys on mute because they play music and all kinds of stuff. No, we get one of those days where sometimes it's warmer early in the morning, cold and air, and freezing by night. But you You can take the ham if you want. We didn't get to go. We wound up going fishing. We wound up doing a live. I forgot about it. It was from 10:30 to 12 something. And I was already down there and fishing. I got done and got home and I looked at the phone. I was like, missed the parade. Well, that was the next day. We missed the parade. Dang it. They have one in another area that's way bigger. But this one's, it's got horses and tractors and fire trucks, the high school band, cat country, 102.7, and all several different types of parade floats, and a lot of kids in there. Merry Christmas, Wicked Weasel. How are you doing today? We went down there a couple times. We kind of spread out. I had my kids. One of them couldn't. She was in the walker, and my son was standing there. He was there. My nephew and my niece was there, and everybody stayed spaced out. And this one person come up at last minute, right before the parade, and they try to keep everybody spaced out. You know, hey, they even try, hey, stay spaced. This freaking couple, y'all, was right all up and everywhere. They kept walking out in front of us and all kinds of stuff. Finally, the dad leaned back and he snickered. I said, I looked over at my mom and her, and I told her, I said, if I wanted to knock this joker's light stuff out, could I get away with it? Just quit right in the chin, you know. Just I wonder if, you know, just, I wonder if he'll get the idea of he needs to move. No, I said it pretty loud. I said, I wonder if this joker don't move. No, you can't punch that guy's lights out. No, how matter how big of a freaking idiot he is. And he moved over a little bit. They tossed my kids some beads. The older kids would run out in the way. The little one would run out and almost get in traffic and stuff. They had to stop the parade because the kids were running out in there. And then you get a hold of your kids, they're like, not my kids, they're that retarded kids, you know. Hey man, get a hold of your kids. They stopped the parade because of your kids. So finally they started to pray back up. One of them wound up tripping and scraping his knee. They kept running out and getting the toys and stuff there. Finally, they got towards the end of the parade. They hurried up and left. They threw my daughter a bear and stuff, and then one of the kids run out there and got it. They were leaving. I walked down towards the end. They were leaving right at the end of the parade. Because they could see Santa, as long as they seen him, they were good. They was walking off. I said, that's a true douchebag move. Blocking off younger kids because your kids are spoiled ass brats, and the parents need a true ass whipping, you know. To learn what the Christmas spirit is and get an ass whipping, I guess. Then they scoffed and huffed, and they started walking off. They got about to the car. The officer was in their parking lot because all the roadways were blocked. He told him, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't fire up your car. There's kids. Nobody's leaving. Nobody's moving. Well, we got to get out of here before all of this starts. He fired at Scar, moved the Scar. The guy got up there, waiting for it, pulled up, wrote him a ticket. Here you go. Gave him a ticket. That was funny. Smurfy! What is going on? Merry Christmas. Hey, Maria. Oh. Maria Christmas to all, and to all a good day. We was down there at the parade. I was about 8, 9. My older brother and somebody else was with us. My niece was with us, somebody, or a cousin. I don't know who it was. We was down there, and she wound up throwing the fit and leaving. About the time cat country's coming through, I don't have a problem with horses. My mother had one horse, and she dealt with her, and that's the only horse she liked, but she had a fear of horses, and my brother, he copied my mother, and he freaked out if he even seen a cow or anything. We was standing there, we was watching, they were throwing all kinds of stuff. Cat country come by on a horse, the lady from it, and it had cat country on around the saddle, the blanket going by, and standing behind my mom. And then when cat country went by, I let one horse go, and I seen I think it was a cop and a couple cowboy people from a ranch that's got up there. I went like that, and the horse looked over. I was like, and I just went and just moved my hand behind her back. That freaking that horse said, "Huh? Somebody's calling me." And I was like, she couldn't hear me because all the music was loud. I don't know how the horse heard me because it only went like really low, and he was like good from here to pushes up there. And that horse looked over and said, "Huh? Somebody's calling me." So he come towards me, and I'm back there. I'm reaching over. My mom, she's only like 5'2", and she wasn't very. I was already way taller than she was. I was reaching over to pet the horse, and about the time the horse got about to her, boy, she took off. My brother left. I was the only one standing there. I got to laughing. The people on the horse got laughing. I petted the horse, and there he threw me some candy and stuff for the thing. And I moved my hand, and the horse turned and walked off, and a couple more come over. I looked back, my mom and them said, they about 50 yards behind me. They gone. I got to laughing. I'm like, "What's the matter?" "Oh, told you I don't like horses." She remotely sees one taking it coming up. I caught that. And they finally moved on. They finally moved back up, and everybody was loading up everything, and we was moping around, and the horses come back by because they rode them, because they just rode them down, so they just rode them back out the road and back up to the farm. She was only like 4 miles away, so they just rode it down and rode it back. They come back by my mom. She got out of there again. I just laughed. And guy that comes up there, he's like, "How did you do that?" I'm like, "How to do what?" He said, "Man, you called my horse right over there. This joker's stubborn. He don't listen to nobody." I was mowing for somebody one time about the middle of summer. He's, "Man, I need my yard mowed. I'm up here at Hayes Ranch. It's a big horse and cow place. That little place with the cows on it, the one that was standing in the water, that's Hayes Ranch on both sides. You used to be able to walk down there and fish and stuff, but he's the one that blocked it off. That's all Hayes Ranch." And the guy was a farrier for there. He was the horses and stuff, and took care of the cow feet and all of that, and fixed saddlebags and all of that. I about talked him in a job. I almost became a freaking ranch hand for a little bit. So you deal with horses a little bit, dealt with cows some. Okay, kind of there. I was gonna go up there and get a job, but they're like, no, not to leave him without doing anything, and he's working with you. I should have done it. Like, we'll train you how to ride a horse. You ever been on a horse? Yes, I have. Almost done that. Starting off pay was like $9, $10. That'd have been nice. Hey. uh, no, he was serious there. They were hiring. I thought about it, and I was like, no, and then I should have somewhat. She'd have been ecstatic. It would have been, they'd give horseback riding lessons. If you work there, they'll teach you all of that and where the cows go and when to move them and all of that. They use four-wheelers, John Deere Gators, and some of them still ride it like cowboy style. He's like, you can fish there, you can that, and it was all kinds of stuff like $9 an hour. I should have. He's like, you learned a few things. It's a couple more dollars here and there. Because I've been working there 40 years, and because I bought this place when I moved here, was buying it within a couple months. I done had it paid for because they didn't know I already knew some stuff, so that helped. We had it my wife's way. We'd ride a horse everywhere. Don't mind me, I'm sitting horseback riding on this thing, fishing. Probably. uh, hey, you wasn't country unless you peed on an electric fence or grabbed one. I always forget they were on and freaking grab them or run into one. I had to dive through one time. Me and my cousin went down to the house. It had some horses you can ride and stuff. It was getting there. And the dog didn't mind the horses didn't mind the dog long as it was outside. But it had where it like trained them to put them up. And we tried to keep it out. We was going to ride them around the 3 acres. Got started getting there, and it seen the barn open. It's been sleeping for a while, so it thought it was time to put the horses up. That freaking horse come up. It started going wild because it knew it wasn't time, because it never gave the dog problems, but it started going freaking buck wild. It started high kicking and spinning and kicking, pretty decent sized area, but you got a dog after you, and it got wild and western, and it started coming towards me about half speed, kicking and spinning. It caught the dog a little bit in the side. It kicked him about 10, 15 feet back, about 10 foot in the air. It caught him just right. The dog just get up and coming back for more. I was like, screw this. It was barbed wire fence that was like 6 inches apart. Electric fence was narrow to that. I was freaking running, just like, I'm not kicking not mine a horse. I don't know how that feels. I'm good. So I took off a few feet. I'm running like 10 feet, and He's like, "You're not gonna make it through the barbed wire fence." So I just put my arms up like I was diving and just jumped through the fence. Yeah, I made it about chest way. Got hit in the back. Got hit in the stomach. Both butt cheeks got the electric fence, and I caught my heels on the barbed wire. Oh, thank God I had shoes on, boy. Uh, I was over on the ground twitching a little bit. My cousin, he come barreling through the fence. He tried to jump it, and he's like, "No, no, better not, barbed wire, barbed wire." So he run diving through and almost diving on top of me. That was scary. He was like freaking almost, he was almost like 300 pounds at the time. Nah. We put the dog up in there, then the horse was there. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I'll hear, yeah. You always get a little jolt. We was up there doing some stuff, and she's like, "You want to see the horses?" I'm like, "Sure." Went out there looking at horses. She's like, trying to call the horses, holding up some stuff, trying to get their attention. So I was like, that's all I did, and them horses turned and looked like, "Wait, what?" And boy, they come barreling over there. They're like, she's like, "How did you do that?" "Do what?" "You whistled them horses right on over here." "I turned off the electric fence. You guys can go." "Oh, sorry, my bad. I'll unplug it now." uh, we had a pig in the backyard. Shoot, that joker, look, she caught about 450 fully clean in half. Wet some, you were fine long as you wore shoes. She'd come after you a little bit, but well, she noticed you had shoes on, you were fine, or you shove her away and stuff. But I forgot one day and was making sure she didn't get out and was giving her some food, so I put the food down and there she heard that freaking thing rattle, son. And that joker looked down and see my feet bare. I flew like Superman, y'all. I run down the side of the house, run. Now I got a 4-foot fence. It's pretty soft dirt, so I got this sheet. It was about 15, 30, about a 30-foot little span, just run, I got about 5 feet away from the fence. She was already right there on the hill. She's still, the teeth just snapping, just they're snapping up my heels. I sped up a little bit more and I leaped like Superman. I was straight out, y'all. Just here. I was up and I was over and I wound up landing and I wound up seeing me come over the fence and there and I scrunched. I'm glad I did scrunch my legs or I'd have belly flop. When I scrunched my legs up, I guess when it did, my legs wound up hitting a air, boy. I tell you what, no, I didn't go in the backyard. I told her, I said, "Man," she said, "Yeah." I'm like, "Don't go in that backyard barefoot." I'm going in the backyard. She tried to eat my feet. My brother-in-law, "Don't go in the backyard without no shoes on." "I'm fine. I'm just feeding the pig. She used to seeing us. Whatever. I'm good. It's all right." Yeah. She get out there and dumped the food. He's looking. He started walking towards the corner or something, and she looked up, seen him barefooted. She come charging straight for his freaking toes, boy. He barely, he hopped out of her way, hopped on her back. She moved, and he held her back from biting his feet, and he got the door open. He looked up and it shut the door, and she turned around and walked off and started eating. She tried to eat your feet plenty of times. Oh, we were, yeah. She's like, I want to ride the horse. No, nothing before I get in the saddle, just ride it, sit on there, take the pictures and stuff. Kind of get her used to, instead of fully strapping her in. Start to train her, get her back used to doing it stuff, right? Put the blanket down and she's like, help me up, I'm like, okay, I can help you up. Sipping my foot, okay. I'm like, all right, when you get up, just, bounce and I'll hold it and you swing your leg over. About the time she bounced and I shoved, about the time I lifted my arms and I gave it too much of a loop, I guess. Well, she went up instead of swinging her leg over, she didn't grab it on around the neck, it would have been fine. But no, she said, ah, I'm falling. And she got like a diving motion and she didn't fall, but when she went over, instead of swinging her foot, she let her whole body go over instead of grabbing and turning and holding, getting on right. Yeah, gave it a little bit too much oomph. And she was going over and looked up. She had flip-flops on, and the flip-flops, she didn't want to get my hand. She didn't want to step in my hand with flip-flops, I guess. And so and I looked up, and about the time she got about a foot away from the ground, I looked up and I grabbed her big toe, boy. I grabbed on to that joker. I just, she's like, well, my big toe's longer. Thanks a lot. And I got her held up. She's dangling off the horse. She ain't even touching the ground yet. She's like, oh, I'm not falling. I'm like, I'm going to have to lower you down. Well, lower me down slowly. Lowered her down over the side. It was funny. I seen her head going towards the ground, and I just grabbed the big toe. It was like right there, just locked onto it. Yeah. Last time I ever helped somebody on a horse, though. Well, they was roaming around and walking the horse, and she's like, well, we'll walk inside, get something to drink, and they'll come back out, and, we'll move around, we'll, let you ride the horse. So, okay. Got out the blanket, there. So I got untied the horse from the fence and stuff and moved her out and walked around for a minute. They were still making drinks or something, I guess. Some tea and stuff. You got to boil the water up there where he's at, or it'll make your mouth like cotton from all the stuff they put in it. And so I went over to the porch. The steps had a railing, but it had the railings where it's up so high. So I put the horse, looped it through, and where I could just pull the thing and grab the thing like range, So she walked over, so I went and tapped, and she scooted over towards the thing, and I was already standing up on the railing thing and on the porch. I just swung my leg over and got on. I was riding around to come out. They're like, I was starting to pull it. I was fixing to start riding, and they come out like, how did you get on the horse by yourself? I just climbed on. How's it going, Dirty Strawberry? How's it going, yanking them dogs? How are you doing? If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. So the moral of the story. Oh, do what voice? I don't remember that. Well, she did. She was like, oh, God. I was like, no, I'm good. My bad. Well, I helped myself on just fine. Well, I can't help. When she bounced and lifted that foot, I just lifted too. Hey, she didn't fall. I still caught her. Yeah. We huh, the sun doesn't look good tonight. It's a nice pink color up top, but I wonder if that looks spooky. Does that look spooky? It's the color of the sky right now. Coals are still going. Blazing hot. Blazing Saddle Stomps. That was a good movie. My neighbor, my uncle, he used to have a big bull. That joker get over the fence and get back across. He had a spot that he always got across and got back across. He was breeding the neighbor's cows, but he was, and my uncle's neighbor kept getting tired of him spoil come over breeding because he was trying to take him and the take him to the meat market, the butcher shop, and he couldn't do it because they were being bred and he didn't know how long they were, and he was always going back and forth over the fence, so he had to put the bull down. He tried to fix the fence, and finally my uncle didn't really fix it like really good. He fixed it where it only like wouldn't hurt him when he went over. But the guy next door, he wasn't fixing it. Yeah, he wound up catching himself. You ever try to uproot a 1,500-pound bull that's stuck on the fence by his cojones? Well, I call them cojones. That joker got back over that fence, and boy, he chased that guy that fixed that fence around. My uncle had to take him to the butcher. He every time he seen a neighbor out, he'd bust the fence and chase him. He'd chase him around. He wouldn't hurt him. He'd chase him, get him all scared, then turn around and walk off like it was funny. Dang, Smurf. Everybody all right? All right, Red. You still putting together your Lego set? Welcome back there. Tomorrow or Sunday, I gotta go over to family Saturday for that thing. Ah, nice. Yeah, I should be. I don't know if I'm going tomorrow or Saturday, Sunday. They always got to take up a good day. No, I fish either hand. What are you doing? Coming out here and smelling out of ham. You smell the turkey, don't you? Yeah, I smell the turkey. Ah, that's pretty funny. Honey, I gotta go take a dump. Can you go do this? Come back out. Just make sure you actually went in there and stayed for an extra few minutes watching her crack and peeping out window. Okay, she's almost done. Okay, she's done. 5 more minutes, we're good. Make sure I flush and wash my hands. No. My son always done that. Get him to do something, not nothing hard there, just, feed the dog out, whatever, let the dog out or something, just move something or something, just something simple. I can't, I gotta go take a poop. It's every time, no, I gotta go poop. I'm surprised I still don't say that. No, I gotta go poop. I'm like, you don't even have to do, no, you take off running to the back. No, I gotta go poop. It's sitting there about 10 minutes. It's done, come out. No, I'm just kidding. I just waited on you to get done. I gotta poop again. Oh, like, you're a little boy. What? What? I know. You smell the turkey inside. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah. It didn't matter. He'd just go and get it out. Ah, that was a good poop. He didn't. Hey, son, can you help me? I gotta go poop. Hey, you want to help me mow the yard? No, I gotta go poop. And no matter what you did, hey, you want to go to? No, I gotta go poop. Wait, go to the store? No, you gotta go poop. uh, yeah, you telling me? I hate when you get in the middle of nowhere. By the middle of nowhere, it's like nowhere to go. There ain't no woods around. There's always a house. There's no freaking somewhere you can go with. It always gets you in the middle of where you gotta either turn around or speed up or something. I hate doing that. Be out in there and like, nope, gotta wait. No, you can't. I've drove off and left people. We're sitting somewhere, the only people that use it is the thing. I had to drive off for people. Boy. Drive down the road, the gas station, something. One time, I ate something and was driving around, and I drank something with some watermelon juice in it. I can't. There's no way of any type of watermelon, artificial or not, even remotely things. I was driving around. I was I was about. Yeah, I was about 2 miles in between the stores. I was driving by and I seen a freaking Porter John off at a job site. I pulled over the car, jumped out, run out there. I used it, and the guy's like, "Man, I don't mind you." I said, "Man, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you had that here." He goes, "Yeah, I don't mind you using it. Ain't nobody's sitting out here." He goes, "I seen you come flying up." He said, "I seen the door open. I seen you done shut it, so I just turned around." And he's like, "Son, there ain't no back on that Porter John." I was like, "There." He goes, "No, lower half is all gone." He goes, "Somebody come by and cut a section of it out," being funny because they were coming by like in 2 days to replace it, to get him a new one before he started his construction job he was doing on his house. It was I appreciate it. It's left you $1 in there. Well, oh God, the hands are too cold to grip the thing. Then you got to remove a layer of gloves and always fighting there. That ain't nothing. I'll tell you a tragic thing. He was hunting, me and my brother that lives right over there. He comes in every now and then. He was he said, "Man, we got to get out of the woods." He said, "Man, I got to take a dump. Man, I got to go." I was like, "All right." I'll pull up next to the Porter John. I said, "All right, well, you go use it, and I'll step out and there." And he went to go up there, and there was already somebody in there. He's like, I heard, "Dang it!" He's like, "Dang it!" He come out and he's stomping off. I'm like, "You all right?" "No, I freaking dropped my 9mm in the I dropped my freaking 9mm at the bottom of the toilet, and I dropped my brand new $400 freaking flashlight in there." I'm like, "Is it clean?" "No, I had to take a and when I stood up, my gun fell in." "You really gonna leave your gun in here?" "No, I'm gonna go get a stick." "Hurry up with a stick, cause he's gotta take he's gotta take a dump." Went in there, the guy that's gone out and dipped it in the water, cleaned it all off, and I'm not getting the flashlight. The flashlight was like literally like teetering. It was like not. It was on the edge of like nothing gross. It was like on the edge. It was like hanging from touching the blue stuff. My brother, he freaking got a stick and he pulled it out and wrenched it off, and we sprayed it down with hand sanitizer. He somebody was looking for one, and he was like $100 for a flashlight. Shoot, yeah, that's a $400 flashlight, brand new. Oh, good. He had it in the bag, handed it over to him. He's like, "Man, this kind of smells like well, I can't describe this smell." He got the $100. He driving off, and the guy called him a couple days later. He's like, "Man, this flashlight smells like a cleaner I can't describe." He goes, "I got that out of a chitter." "Huh?" He goes, "I got it out of a chitter. The guy dropped it in the chitter." He said he got his gun, but he left the light. Yeah. So, I'm sorry if I drop a gun over or a rod. I'm gonna try to fish for the rod, but I'm diving in for that gun. I will find it. I'll do like a snorkel. I'll get me one of those bamboo sticks, running in, and I'll free dive. I'll free dive for an hour trying to find it. I've seen people get up and almost knock their guns off in the water. I like to dive off my boat before it ain't even on my boat. Just go look up. I'm like, oh god, instant reflexes. Like, I'd have got it. I'd have drove right over here. But I told that guy about. I told SGO that day I met him. I told him. I said that back way right there. I watched a guy about a month ago drop a fishing rod off over there, $400 rod and reel. He was sitting there trolling with it. He had it halfway in, and he trolled back. And about the time a big redfish hooked it, the next thing I know, he's like rolled him out of the boat. He got back in, but it took his rod. I didn't see the rod go in, but I seen him go in. I got her, and I was like, "Is she okay?" Yeah, I'd have dove. I'd have dove. I seriously would have. I was fishing with my son, and he threw, instead of throwing normal, he put his arm up to throw to try to get a bit more distance. He hung the tree above him, and he dropped my whole brand new combo in the water. He wound up dropping it in the water, and I used my other brand new rod to dig it out. I don't know what he's working at, but nah. Well, I've dove off after a redfish. I got halfway in. My stepdad caught me. He kept breaking the line, which he was only using a a number 2 blue steel J hook for panfish. He hooked it there. He hooked it 4 times, and the last time I dove for it, I was over halfway off the boat, and he caught me there. Nope, not worth it. And shoot, I've lost some. That's why if I own a boat and you see me have it secured down with stuff, like clip stuff with like wire and stuff on it or chain. My niece and nephew was on the boat with me and my brother. We were fishing, and he had a brand new $30 net, brand new. Just took it off the sticker that morning. From bought it and brought it and put it on his boat. They were helping us. They were helping us get a catfish. They was going to help us get a catfish with the net, but we rushed down and grabbed the catfish and pulled him out of the water. He was holding him. I rushed down and I grabbed him by the mouth and said, "Get the net," because they had to open the net. Well, they got the net open, and they wasn't paying attention. And when they did, they wound up turning and like, yeah, and they didn't pay attention to where the net went, and it threw it over the side of the boat. And it was supposed to float, but it didn't. It sank. We reeled and cast and reeled and cast for an hour trying to catch that net. Never could. Wasn't diving off for it. Nuh-uh. Nope. We was separated by an island, and there's a big 11-footer over there. He come around and went over, went down beside the boat. Oh no. Nice. Was you trying to go inside? No. No. Who turned the lights out? Jeffro, you ever pay a light bill on the outside? Paul, what are you talking about? Dang it, Jeffro. Oh, wait, the sun just went down. Ugh. Shoot, I should have rode down to the store and oh, no. Yeah, I was looking on, yeah, TMU. They got a freaking, a wrist hand crank. It's about the size of a fishing rod. You clip it on your, hand or your wrist, or you just sit there and whine and charge your phone by reeling. I've been ready. Tease you with some ham. I got it warm. Yeah. How's it going, Stardashian? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Ooh, I'll probably watch The Grinch tonight. Ah, dang it, I didn't watch The Nightmare Before Christmas. Ooh, and Eight Crap. I'll probably watch those too. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I still got one of those. They got a little hand. They just like it's like a looks like a little bait caster. You just plug it in the back and just reel, and just wind it. I mean, if you're used to fishing, your phone should be charging nothing flat. I was looking around on there and I seen it's a fishing rod with a camera on it, but it had like the camera thing. It says it's all waterproof, but like toss out and shine around with the camera. Underwater fishing camera thing. It looks like a fishing rod. I was gonna look into that and see how it worked. You wouldn't believe the crap you can buy off of TMU. Gotta watch some of the stuff though. Yeah. I've been looking into the solar banks more. Which the ones I've been looking up and comparing to the other ones and stuff. It's it's pretty nice. So they got various sizes and stuff too. So. Yeah, it'll fit the palm of your hand. It's got a strap you tight, and it's got like a rail on it. You just plug into the back of it. It looks like the end of the USB port you plug into the wall charger part. Nice. I've been looking into those. They got some they go on the back of a backpack and stuff too. I ain't decided which one I want to do. To see, I'm one of those that likes to think on stuff, look through, and then prep. So okay, I use it for fishing. I use it for house use. If I got a bug out, if I go camping, how many different uses I can get out of it. How big, what's there, and what all I can use it up on. I had it actually. Uh, I used it and I found a real nice power bank from Walmart in the hunting section. I sent the link to Karen. Karen wound up getting a little bit bigger one than I got. What's just 10,000? Yeah, I think it's 10 or 11,000. It wound up doing real good. Yeah, I know. It's like, okay, if it's, I can pack it around and what I'll use, I could use it at the house and, you know, I know they got the Jackery and stuff, but I'm like, giving, another brand a chance. I know Jackery's proven and this and that and a few things, because by spending an arm and leg when, yeah, Walmart or Amazon or something, because it's got a name brand on it, don't merely necessarily mean that the all prints will be crap. Yeah, you look at it, you see it, feel it in there. But we judge a lot of stuff off of name brands and uses. I'm like, okay, I spend $10 on it, $100 on it. I get 5, 10 years out of it. Shoot, that's good enough for me. Oh yeah, nice. Merry Christmas, Kendra. We there's a lot of gear I'd like to test out there. People down Temu. Shoot, I found several things from Temu. Yeah, I bought some stuff that wasn't worth it, but shoot, the stuff that wasn't worth, well, I can't say that. I mean, I bought it and it was like $1.99, something like that, for what there, but I've got some use out of it. But there's some stuff you gotta look at in there and only thing you don't skimp on is toilet paper, macaroni and cheese, underwear and socks. She's still in there cooking. I told her, I said, well, you can go ahead and start cooking and deep fry the turkey. I'm like, okay, then. Which I started warming the oil and stuff. It took about 20 minutes to warm the oil. I got it almost to temp, where I can tote it, and I got it out here and let it heat up the temp, and then time she got something made and was working on something else, and boom, it she got it going. I was like, turkey's done. What? No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Hang it. That quick? Yep. Yeah, I could smell the turkey when I cooked it in. Oh, I can still smell it. I can't wait to eat it. Oh. But I gotta wait on those. I'm gonna use those definitely for the kayak. I got chest mount phone holders. I told her I said I won't be able to use the chest mounts all the time. I said I move around too much. She's like, no, you'll wind up seeing me on camera too much. How's it going, Crate Seeker? Merry Christmas. I had 2 big raccoons in the yard last night. They were off right over there. They were creeping out to the middle of the spot I'm sitting at. I was getting something out of the truck and I was walking back. And they kept inching out closer and closer and do the thing. I turned on and went like that and went and chased after them. Shoot, you should have seen the 2 fat little jokers trying to get out of there. They didn't know what was going on. They scrit and scrambled, and you should have heard them trying to scramble up the tree. What is it? He's seen something. He's like, freak this, I'm gone. We what? Oh no, I should have went up there and got a little Christmas tree. I'm gonna get a better one for y'all. Start writing some names and stuff on them. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of names. but it's okay. I'll get me a bigger one. What? Dadgum, the skeeter got me right on the side. I ain't holding nobody up, am I? What? You gotta bring the ham in, mister. You gotta bring the ham in. That was a signal of I'm hungry, bring the ham. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go snack on me some turkey and some ham. Appreciate everybody. I hope everybody's having a Merry Christmas. Hope everybody is doing well. Y'all guys have a wonderful Christmas. Tomorrow or Sunday?
Sunday.
Sunday we'll go fishing. Not gonna use the kayaks because I want to use those things.
When are they supposed to be here?
Appreciate you, Smurfy, Alan, Scotty, Karen, Fat Cat, Lee, Great Seeker, Kendra. Appreciate everybody for coming in and spending the day with me. Good to see y'all. Y'all guys have a Merry Christmas and see you guys Sunday. Later. She said Merry Christmas.